Okay, so I'm going to be streaming every day 4 or 2 hours, 4 if I don't have work, because I currently work, to first thing in the morning before work. This will just be studying low-cap mooners because I believe that there's two paths a lot of people take, okay? And they both produce a different output. There is the actually studying and improving your pattern recognition, which in the end, what that produces, let's say this was you before, produces a much better, I believe, outcome. The other path people take is they just simply spend all their time scanning, you could say. But they never actually get better at pattern recognition and actually, how to explain this? Actually identifying where their thought process is wrong. Because they're so obsessed with we're just finding that next dopamine hit almost, because this is being on YouTube, just looking at influencer content, looking at new pairs, and there's a lot of people who make a shit ton of money just scanning new pairs. Now, either these have gone through the studying route and they've gotten very good at just identifying these things. I'm not saying you can't you can get good at trading via scanning, of course, but most people don't do that. And if you specifically dedicate time to identifying the patterns of what makes a low cap mooner, to me that's the better route. I'm not sure. I don't know. What do I know? But as opposed to just mindlessly consuming influencer content, hoping to get that next, 10x, praying almost, instead of looking at it mooners is just a puzzle, a set of patterns that make up, a cluster or a confluence that identify if these all relate, you might get a 5x, or if these all all this side, then you might get a 10x. Instead of looking at it as something that's predictable, and to me, my kind of thesis is there's two aspects. Hold on. I haven't used this tool in a long time. There's two aspects. There is token DNA. People would use different terms for this, and I'm talking about Ethereum specifically, okay? There's token DNA, which is the contract. No, by the way, as in predictors for a low cap mooner. Gas rug, just code in general. Buy tax. Sometimes there's certain patterns that just seem to occur. Max buy. And then there's also order flow. Now, I don't know. I like to chunk into this price action, but the chart is a bit separate, I guess. But I just like to clump them together. Who is holding? who is selling, all that stuff. Let's not go too deep in this right now, though. But that's kind of the way I view it. And then there's also narrative, which is to me website. Sorry, kind of community. Forgot to set my timer, but start it now anyway. Oh, don't mind that noise. It's gonna be lasting for a bit. But the community. X. Now again, we're trying to extract community from X, and essentially here you want almost cult-like characteristics. You want hodl mentality. And I think a great cue for this is like, do you see genuine people talking and discussing these projects, like real people, not just bots, etc. So that's important. I will let nothing distract me. Not even that. Yeah, but of course there's more to it, but that's a summary kind of. It's community, like, you know, the theme as well. The story being told, etc. It's like off-chain, you could say on-chain. And this is like off-chain. All the relevant stuff off-chain. And to me, studying is trying to identify these patterns. You know, across many meme coins. Maybe you'll notice X pattern occurs in 3 out of 4 in your data set. It's not close enough. I think you need at least like, preferably you have like a decent chunk. But I mean, it's something. If 3 out of 4 have them, and then you also have to check. Okay, I do have to turn that off. You also have to check, is this not just noise? Like, you don't want every shitter. You don't want every shitter to have this kind of pattern, because else it's not really. If that's the case, then this is not a real pattern, you know. It's but you want to find things that are common, similarities between them. Anything. An aspect of token DNA, order flow, you know, and off-chain shit. So my whole thesis and the time I will be spent doing these 4 hours will be studying, and then the rest of the day, because again, I am of the camp that believes to make it. I'm gonna remove this so it's kind of in the way. I'll circle anyway. To make it, either way, scanning, studying, actually trying to improve your pattern recognition, you have to. There has to be like a, you know, at least 8 to 12 hour grind. Now, yes and no. Like, it's more like depends on your system. Like, if your strategy involves kind of like what I'm trying to do is, it's define your filters. Like, DRPT is a very specific tool. Not many people use it, even though it's proven to be successful. I've looked at the group, I've looked at the results of people, which is essentially where you get your call based on high conviction, but rare. And then you decide ape or not. Yes or no. based on further analysis that you do, right? Do your own research. I think with this method you genuinely can, but this is the thing. It requires a more difficult route, as in, it's not a brute force method, it's a deeply understand through studying, and then, yeah, improve it that way. So this is a very, I guess, poor, maybe, explanation of what I'm trying to do here. It's getting very good at pattern recognition across what previously happened. And my main tool I would be using for this would be DRPT. But my subscription just ran out. I was just spending time learning the tool. I didn't even use it to buy anything, because my mindset truly, like, yeah, there's a fear of entering the market too, but I truly believe if you learn as much as you can about trading, and but in crypto at least, right? Like, what makes a good project, and then you enter, I think it's much more, if you can do it, right? A lot of people need that result, that money hit, that money dopamine hit, but so Thursday I'm gonna rebuy it again. But for now, I'm gonna do. I actually thought there was a benefit to doing it without DRPT for now. Doing my studying, my low cap Mooner analysis, or studying without DRPT for now. So there's that. So I'm going to focus on that, and this will just be kind of where I explain concepts and patterns as I encounter them. I want to make the learning as active as possible, because I believe sparring with your material is the best way to keep it in your brain. Okay, so let's begin. Let's start at the top here. We're going to look at daily gainers and see, well, we have to look at the right chain though. Ethereum. Daily and like weekly gainers, I guess we could even look at. We'll start at daily though. Kiko. So instantly already, my theory of like themes, like no matter what way I view it, a lot of the no matter what way I view it, a lot of the Mooners themselves, like a look at this. 1, 2, 3. 3 out of 5 are cute animal. Now, this is not just a small data set. I've seen this happen repeatedly, and this is a perpetual narrative. For some reason, you have to be hyper focused when you see, a cute animal, because they repeatedly just do very well. And then there's derivatives of these that do, if this was the original, and this would be the derivative. They do a lot less good usually. Perpetuals, like first movers, they're also often called. First movers. They do very, very well. And my kind of thesis on this is, there have been so many cute animal narratives at this point that, if you look at the space of what makes, there's been so many Mooners that have kind of met this criteria of cute animals, that everything we're seeing now is leftover derivatives that could last a very, very long time before it dies out. Because there were so many previous, even different perpetual narratives around cute animals. These might all even, again, they're based on some perpetual. Like there was an original, I think Doge is the original. And then people see how well it did. And I think also because Elon is how to explain it, like a crypto personality, a key crypto personality. So plus cute animals. I think us humans naturally like cute animals, but because Elon made Doge popular, from my understanding, that combination of Elon and cute animals, or well, you could say one produced the other, but I think both were kind of destined to do well in crypto. They kind of have this animated style. So yeah. Point is, whenever you see a cute animal theme, crypto personality theme like Elon, Vitalik Buterin, Trump, AI still does very well, but it's definitely lesser now than before. Or buzzwords, finance buzzwords. I don't know. Not sure about this, but I think I don't know. I think this might be doing well as too, but I'm not sure. Not sure if my pen thickness is a bit too much. So we can look at this Kiko. And so 31,000% increase. That's a 300x, right? Wait, let me just 100x, 2x, 1000x is 10x. 10,000x. Okay, yeah. But this is not accurate though. I don't like this multiple because if you look at the first block, I already looked at this one briefly, so we'll remove this for now. If you look at the first block here, first candle, the problem is the initial buyers are often bundled, sniped cancer that you could never beat. Normies could never beat, you could never beat, because insane infrastructure, dev bundle, whitelisting, whatnot. The better idea is to look at the end of the first block and start calculating price from there, or the start of the next block. So this might only be like a I don't even know if this will work, but this might only be a considering one block is 12 seconds. I don't know if this even works, but 1, 2, 3. Zoom market cap's easier to. It's better to do this. Yeah, I think so. You see, this went to within the first block or something. This went to like from 5-10k market cap to like 500k at least, or 300k at least. So realistically, this probably only would have been like a 30x maybe. Like I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting here, but from what was actually possible for us to get. Unless you had Insane Snipe entry or something else. Vitalik's New Dog. Again, this does again what we talked about. It is it a real pattern? Combinations of key crypto personalities and cute animals? It's a very simple pattern, but yeah, it's very powerful in terms of producing interest. 100% burnt is good. Supply pooled. Are those holders good or not for the market cap? That's an important question, and honestly, yes, I think that's good. I think above 500 when around 1 million is good ratio. Well, a better question is what's the holder distribution? Yeah, very good. Except this one. Not sure what that's about. Is this? Is it a liquidity pool? I'm not even sure. Yeah, it is. Okay. I was just confused because it's only 3%. But obviously, as the token ages and people buy, the percent of the liquidity pool owns goes down. Funded by Disperse.app. Is that a red flag or not? Not really. But we should start with always chart patterns and if something looks healthy or not. In this case, this is actually a very bullish chart. Like I drew the little lines before, but it's even a bit too like good looking. Like as in like there's very small retracement. But higher highs, you know, higher lows. And then here we start seeing a dump. Why is that? We are reaching a key psychological level, which is there's this tool. Hold on. Took 10 million. We seem to just not be able to cross it. $10 million. Here we hit 1 million and we bounce near it. I do think these are very strong indicators. Like they're not true, obviously. I think near launch they're especially true because people seem to be really like, I gotta take profit. Fuck. This is insane. This pump is insane. In this case though, the community is very strong. Why is that? Vitalik's New Dog. Based on what information? Okay. Assume they're not lying. Yes, okay. $15 ago. So if you got in within the hour, well, you got in within a couple hours, you would have still made good bank. And because it's a team and a key crypto personality, you know damn well it's gonna do at least like a 10x. Well, In this case, if we got for it exactly 10x, it would have actually not. This is why I do think trailing stop loss is important. If you got in here and you would have said, let me take profit at, like, you know, wait, what? $7x? Hell no. Like, you know, 10x or something. As it goes down, well, your take profit would have never been activated. So if you take your stop loss at, say, 25%, as it hit here, you would have sold at, like, 25% is a bit steep, but like 30%, you would have sold at 6.8 million. 30% stop loss seems fine to me. Like, your entry point, like if it dips below that, like, I mean, that's not great, you know? So, yeah. This is a different account, interestingly enough. Is it? Yeah, okay, so it's not very original. Which one is first? This one is a different chain, I think. Interesting. There's a bunch of these. That's what makes it a bit like... Hold on, let me check something. So which one released first? This is the one we're looking at, right? Yeah. This other one with more followers, way worse, seemingly. What is that? Probably lies in the initial buyers as well. Could tell us a lot. A lot of first block sniping. In this case, yeah, also, to be fair, but interesting. 25 August 1730. 35. So these are 5 minutes in between. Okay, so the two most interesting. 345 holders. I haven't used this app yet. Fresh. Does that mean there's no fresh wallets? Cypress 47. Or is that just for like recently fresh wallets? Oh, me too. Well, this one did die a lot heavier. That's cannot sell. Clearly you can. Check if the dev did something. Sorry. Token contract. Multi-call. Explain multi-call again. Multi-call is essentially calling multiple functions with one transaction. So what is this? Execution reverted. Why did it revert? Error encountered during contract execution. So he's just doing a sending tokens, or what is he? Multi-call address from in out. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's a honeypot. I saw was, I mean, could be. It's just I think everyone already sold. Like, of course, people are still holding, but it dumped like 80% from its all-time high, more, closing in on 90. You know, this being a honeypot, I mean, brother. This chart is interesting. This is like the most organic chart I've ever seen, I think. Maybe. I mean, you could argue like maybe it's pumped inorganically, and I'm not used to analyzing this without DRPT, but average top 10 hold. What does that mean? At launch? Is it like... This makes more sense. And it's rallying. There is a community behind them, that's for sure. But I need an answer. The Twitter doesn't tell me much. Definitely doesn't get more engagement, that's for sure. It was a stealth launch. Interesting. Aha. That's why it only had 2 snipers. This one had 21. Yeah, this one dumped harder post-launch, which is interesting. Why is that? I mean, the only explanation is the normal biomes were more E3 than snipers. There wasn't enough community being built. So this is very hard to predict, then I guess. Like, based on what I'm seeing, I would think this one would do much better, but something. What is it? Why? Like, how did it do so much better? Did someone tweet about it? Like, is there a catalyst? Smart traders are buying it. If there wasn't a catalyst, because I mean, goddamn. This one has more Shillers as well. And he paid for Dex. It's just interesting. Community eater. Yeah, I can't articulate why this one did better. But with the lack of data that I have, that I don't have, that I could have on DRPT. I have no clue. Try explain it. This is a bundle. This one might have been bundled. I also don't understand, why does it say here 2 snipers, but clearly there's more. I mean, what's... Oh, it's in the first block as well. Well, check Etherscan, man, if you're unsure. You're right. You're right. Block 29 at the end. So let me check all of these. Oh, I didn't do that. $29. You know, these are definitely the same block. It's just that. So something is definitely going on here. And what is this? Are these the ones? Wait. $65, $69, $73. No, I'm not sure what this means. This is many. Wait, what? So he swapped X Ethereum for Kiko. It's a bundle of buys? It's interesting.
I won't make a mistake again.
Yeah, you will. But not because you're you, just because shit happens. I started a fryer fire. Night after I won Food and Wine's Best New Chef, nearly burned the place down.
For real.
For real. This weird thing happens, too. You have this minute where you're watching the fire and you're thinking, if I don't do anything, this place will burn down, and all my anxiety will go away with it.
Then you put the fire out.
And you put the fire out.
Interesting. So my current thesis is this was just more heavily bundled and that killed momentum quicker. And you could kind of tell by it by just looking at the initial buys quicker. And yeah, for some reason people just latched onto this one more, the other one. This is where a lot of it does turn into kind of guessing and gambling. Ooh, this dumped hard. Probably... Again, when I say rug, I mean a chart that looks like this, I just call rug because it's fucked. Like, it's over. It's Jover. Greater than 65%. Dump. We can even start from here. And I consider it to be Jover. Yeah. Let's take a look. Predict. What do you think happened here? So this did very well for how long? Couple hours. Kind of my thesis that, like... didn't have the token DNA probably. $54,000. 3,000. Big ass fucking cells. This is a different one, but we'll look at this one. Team checks out. Boulders are on the lower side for sure. This is the contract. This is clog, which means that it must have high buy and sell tax, surely. Yeah, 25. I want to work with like manually for now. Not use Telegram till I get Dear Petit back. Okay, interesting. By the way, I hurt 2 of my fingers, so my typing is gonna be shit. Like they had to be super close. Scratch your head, wondering why a certain derivative. Well, it wasn't a derivative though, was it? Wait, what? Was it? I think it wasn't actually. $17.35. $17.30. No, it was. This came out earlier. But like it's 5 minutes or so isn't significant. Consider other advantages. Play bows. What am I doing? My mouth. Hold on. Oops. Bro. Oh my god. Max transaction amount is 10 decimals. Yeah. Bundle. Pretty significant bundle. Interesting. That kind of explains it. And these are not micro buys either. These are all $100, $100. But they didn't sell though, did they? So
I have to remind myself to breathe sometimes.
no, they did.
I have to remind myself to be present, you know.
Also, this is a big bundle. So each of these sold. Very organic chart. Went from fucking our candle start. 5k maybe to, you know, 1 million. Sorry, not 1 million. Yeah, we're close to 900k. That's a almost 200x. I mean, keep opening the wrong one. I want to check something. No, I didn't mean to. No, I didn't mean to. No. Oh my god, what is this, bro? Oh, he hasn't sold yet. Oh wait, I'm retarded. Wait, what? Wait, I thought that meant that. I'm retarded. The fuck? It doesn't mean that. Well, I guess no, it's the amount of buys. Okay, so these guys haven't sold yet. All of them still hold their bag. The red just means that they're not in profit, I guess. Well, they are. Sorry. It means they haven't sold yet. Why would you make that red though? Medium trader. Is this an anomaly? Hold on. I guess it did influence what people did, maybe. They figured out this is bundled and they got the fuck out, maybe. That's a bad sign though, man. Initial buyers are up so much and they haven't sold yet, and the chart looks that bad. Why? Well, initial buyers tend to be snipers and short-term traders, swing traders. It's just the truth, I think, statistically speaking. Especially when they bundle and buy through, again, sniper router. He sold everything. Very smart. Sold on his way up. Medium trader. What's the significance of this statistic, medium trader or short-term trader? I want to see if it actually has any value. Fast trader still holding. Fast trader still holding. Well, it's simple statistics. If usually they tend to trade at medium speed, then yeah, it's gonna be true, and we could use it to our advantage, no matter what the small data set shows, right? I guess so. Interesting. Good artwork. You hold 2% of supply. You send what? I keep sending to him or what? Good community, for sure. The engagement alone, the replies. Telegram is a better place to gauge community interest than the website. Oh no, it's not a good sign. Two years ago on Ethereum was the last time. So if something is old enough, or the first mover is old enough, it's not milked. Well, good engagement, that's for sure. Kind of mixing fucking coins here. I gotta be careful what I open. I have a theory that when the initial buyers are all out and it dumped and the rest narrative token DNA checks out, the holder is still and has a likelihood to come back. But if you have
Yeah, I don't know if I were gonna leave something behind. I would want it to be panicless, anxiety free. And I think in order to do that, I would have to be square with everything, and everybody. Like to make it good, I'd have to filter out the bad.
What was I looking at? Right. Okay, let's just synthesize the kind of jumbo mumbo that we have here. It's not a lot, but we can try and kind of explain what we've learned so far. Okay, let me just yeah. Oops, yeah. Interesting. So again, I'm not using DRPT right now to challenge myself, and because my subscription ran out, I'm gonna rebuy it Thursday. It'll be my main tool, which is like having the fucking Infinity Glove. So right now I'm using like a, wooden sword. Okay, what did you get from all that? So, first of all, I have to understand the significance of like a bundled buy, which is essentially where one transaction has many buys here that all maybe flow to different wallets. They're all individuals who get different wallets. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So this is not necessarily good, but it does show you that there was hype at the beginning and how that relates to probably short-term trader, depending on the token, DNA. Got to check with the token sniffer. And the narrative. But yeah, there's that. And again, you can kind of confirm this as well, that it was private because it was sent to Titan Builder, or just the builder directly. And about this, if a major red flag, I think, is if your token, is heavily underwater, like major, and the initial buyers still haven't sold off, there's a high chance that we can go much further,
That restaurant, it has, and it does.
And if you see it on the same aspect, if you see a token with a strong launch, and then it dips quite massively, but you look at who sold, it was all initial
Chef.
snipers.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Why are you such a fucking asshole?
You're welcome.
I'm welcome? For what?
You were an okay chef when you started with me. And you left an excellent chef. So you're welcome.
My lifestyle.
That's the point, right?
That's the point?
You wanted to be great. You wanted to be excellent. So you got rid of all the bullshit and you concentrated and you got focused. And got great. You got excellent. It worked.
You gave me ulcers and panic attacks and nightmares. You know that, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I gave you confidence and leadership and ability. It fucking worked.
That hurt, you know? And I think that flipped this switch in me where I was like, okay, fuck you, watch this.
Small bundle maybe. And then buy tax less than X. And then there is smart money. Why they're connected? Or we could take greater than. Again. Contract. Okay. Just clock is significant in many ways. Because again, it's what inside the contract. I'm gonna take a little break here. 10-minute break maybe. Then we're gonna be back. Wait, I just realized these are all the same amount of shit. Let's pop that. Of course, it's a bundle. Okay. And this, the deep. This is different. Interesting. It's gonna be a depth font. Anyway, I'll be back. I want the music a bit louder though, I can't lie. It's like almost non-existent.
truth is, I don't think people understand. A worthless, friendless, faggot-lipped little piece of shit whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he wasn't Eugene O'Neill, and who is now weeping and slobbering all over my drum set.
I'm gonna be on your
Sight read measure 101. What are you, in a fucking a cappella group? Play the goddamn kit! Stop! Now answer my question. Were you rushing or were you dragging? Answer!
rushing.
Oh my dear God. You are upset. Say it.
I'm upset.
Louder!
I'm upset.
Louder!
I'm upset.
You are a worthless, friendless, faggot-lipped little piece of shit whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he wasn't Eugene O'Neill, and who is now weeping and slobbering all over my drum set like a fucking 9-year-old girl. So for the final father-fucking time, say it louder!
I'm upset.
Start practicing harder, Demon. I was there to push people beyond what's expected of them.
I can.
You know what plays my heart.
Yes, sir. Every measure.
Get your sticks and get your fucking ass on stage. On stage!
And in first place, Schaefer Conservatory.
I believe that is an absolute necessity. If you want the fucking part, earn it. Not my fucking tempo! Faster! 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 You earned the part.
But is there a line?
Demon, you're done.
Piece of shit! Fuck you! You know, maybe you go too far and you discourage the next Charlie Parker from ever becoming Charlie Parker.
Yeah, I guess maybe you don't have it. There are no two words in the English language more harmful than good job. No, man, no. Because the next Charlie Parker would never be discouraged.
Yeah.
give a shit. Truth is, I don't think people understood what it was I was doing at Schaefer. Any fucking moron can wave his arms and keep people in tempo. Little trouble there. Not quite my tempo. Why do you suppose I just hurled a chair at your head, Neiman?
I don't know.
Start counting.
5, 6,
In
7.
4, damn it! Look at me!
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Now, was I rushing or was I dragging?
No.
Count again.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Rushing or dragging?
Rushing.
So you do know the difference. I will fuck you like a pig. Now, are you a rusher or are you a dragger? Or are you gonna be on my fucking time?
I'm gonna be on your
Sight read measure 101. What are you, in a fucking a cappella group? Play the goddamn kit! Stop! Now answer my question. Were you rushing or were you dragging? Answer!
Rushing.
Oh my dear God. You are upset. Say it.
I'm upset.
Louder!
I'm upset.
Louder!
I'm upset.
You are a worthless, friendless, faggot-lipped little piece of shit whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he wasn't Eugene O'Neill, and who is now weeping and slobbering all over my drum set like a fucking 9-year-old girl. So for the final father-fucking time, say it louder!
I'm upset.
Start practicing harder, Gaiman. I was there to push people beyond what's expected of them.
I can.
You know what plays my heart.
Yes, sir. Every measure.
Get your sticks and get your fucking ass on stage. On stage!
And in first place, Schaefer Conservatory.
I believe that is an absolute necessity. If you want the fucking part, earn it. Not my fucking tempo! Faster! Faster! Faster!
You got something none of us. Oh, come on. Why is it always this? I mean, I fucking owe it to myself to do this. Is that what if I don't want to? No.
All right.
Fuck you. You don't owe it to yourself. You owe it to me. Tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and I'll be sick. Shit. That's all right. That's fine. I mean, you're sitting on a winning lottery ticket. You're too much of a pussy to cash it in. That's bullshit. Because I'd do fucking anything to have what you got.
Let's continue. All right. What else can we talk about that was interesting that we discovered? That it's very difficult to predict if the first mover or the derivative will do better if the derivative was in like a 5-minute time frame. What else? What was the reason that one just didn't do as well? Was the bundle bigger? Actually, no. Like, I don't have a fully reasonable thought out. And don't move on. The fuck do you think you are? Like, it's... I think it was bundle size or something. Yeah, I think the explanation is momentum here was just it was just destroyed by this. And people lost interest very quickly. Here, instantly, I mean, undeniably, right? Sorry. There's a clear, just for the longest time, very positive chart. I mean, it's just like undeniable. And what happened here then? Explain this thing again. I think there was the issue here is that like its lifespan was extended, but it was still definitive. Like what I mean is, oftentimes you'll see projects that do very well in their chart momentum. Almost exclusively, it would be seen as just a very positive upward trend that very rarely gets broken or anything. The issue is, if we know that here there's a lot of yeets, initial buyers, that now later on here hold big bags and yeets, I would just, to me, if I look at a launch and initial buyers, the best way to look at it is a bundle. This is a dangerous thing. That's usually someone who's experienced. Again, the issue is, let's describe this. To me, yeets and then like hodlers, what you kind of want in a product, right? For your bags. These are usually fresh wallets. In general, inexperienced. Not always, but as in not always fresh. Fresh is kind of rare, but this is why almost every good launch, you're going to see fresh greater than 0. Very, very often. Not sure how GMGN defines fresh, but at least with DRPT, it's a very high correlation. Bundle, just snipers in general. Even more so if these snipers are fresh. This is why fresh is not always it's not always binary, like it depends. These are not the same, you know. Yeets, bundles. You see a lack of engagement. With the community. So there's a lot of buyers, but I mean, think of it, this is basic human psychology. Why, like, if I don't plan on sticking around, why would I get to know the community? So, was that the case here? Well, why did I go out of full screen? Yes, actually, for sure. This was predictable. Look at the community. There's almost nothing happening. Literally. 0 likes, 2 likes, 6 likes on the pinned one, and not a single real. So, but it still did exceptionally well. Yeah, because the narrative was there, and it was pretty much, it wasn't the first mover, but it was close to it. Make sure I'm looking at the right chart here, you know. This was the first mover. Now this one got killed by negative momentum very quickly, so there was a pretty big bundle. So this guy, interesting. Same wallet.
Nothing compared to this young man.
Aha. Is it? Yes, it is. Okay, so it is that buy. Okay, so I was like, what? Was it separated? No, this is that buy. So he sent a private bundle transaction. And probably paid a decent fee. How much did he pay in fees? Yes. 200 bucks. It's not 0.05 Ethereum. And how do you know, how would you say, okay, this is definitely a yeet? Because if you look at the community, there's almost, well, we could start based on who is buying. So this is a very relatively fresh wallet. That's, yeah, this is 7 days old, you know. Not seven days old. Is it active? Nothing out of the ordinary in terms of trade amounts. Well, look at what's actually happening. Transfer. And this is another bundle. Where is it? Max buy. Could be max buy. Check. This one is. This one is together, yes. Which one? 0xD. Oh, yeah, it's literally the same wallet. You're retarded. No, okay. So we're seeing a lot of buys from the same wallet. These are snipers. Sending in. Interesting. I don't. What? Is this a feature in Banana? Multi-buy, but this is with the same wallet, so it's like it's not multi-wallet. Yeah. Custom function. No, these are pretty sure these are the same wallet. Where is it? Fuck's sake. East deployer, banana gun, east deployer. Fucking hell. Oh my god. And we'll use Auto Simulator sometime. We're talking about at launch, though, that's the issue. What's the difference again between method and function? Method is a summary of public methods, I think. Functions is very specific. I think functions might be more useful. It's a collection of the function hash. Similar ones, I guess. Honestly, it's not doing that bad though. That period where I was dead, but came back. Interesting stuff. It's not supposed to show me. I mean, okay.
Came from the alleys, teeth sharp, eyes wide, scarred by the rugs, but he grinned all the while. Raised on scraps of broken digit dreams. Now he's howling louder than your polished teens. No leash, no master, no suit and tie. He's the junkyard king, he refuses to die. From scams to scraps, he found his way. Now the pack is growling, we're here to stay. Big old motherfucking straight on. Howling at the moon, we don't play dog. Flip those scraps. drops in a stake for the pack. Strays on the rise and we ain't looking back. Not your clean-cut corporate pet. This dog bites hard, don't you forget. From Web3 gutters to meme coin glory, every stray's a hero in this wild story. No leash, no rulers, no greedy hand, just a pack of misfits taking a stand. Every holder's fan.
A healthy candle for sure. The issue here is, yes, it's a 55% increase, which matches our 35 to 65% range, but I don't think this has potential to recover significantly. Why? I think it might have even entered it at launch, but the problem is lack of buy and sell tax. The initial buyers as well. A feeling that maybe. They haven't sold yet, which is a terrible sign, which means essentially the bundle didn't sell, so who did sell was possibly real holders, real buyers later on. And still it's down that much. And the market cap, it's already way too high. This is, I think the thing with this is it's perceived upside as well. Because it's now already gone up so much. Might have been to a smaller starting liquidity or something. Interesting. How big is the bundle? There's a community seemingly, but lack of original posts. This is not bad. Problem is, is it a problem? Well, it's AI, so is it? Yeah, look at that. They didn't even care enough to fix this.
so incredible, Jerry? Ever heard of Ramanujan? Yeah. From this simple text, he was able to extrapolate theories that had baffled mathematicians for years. And this Ramanujan, his genius was unparalleled, Sean. This boy's just like that.
I mean, I would say this is a healthy pullback. It's just that I don't. As I'm learning more, it might have some upside, but. This is pretty good. Not bad. This makes sense. Pullback is not that great because community is there. Cult-like characteristics are kind of there. So the energy is really unmatched. Let's stay smashing. Schiller. I like this. It's good. What are the pinned tweets? The pack keeps growing. Oh god, what is this?
It already has. So let's not waste your time. Let's dive right in so that you can get all the information you need as fast as you possibly can.
This guy's
so
tweaking.
what I am talking about is Stray Dog Coin on ETH, ticker Stray Dog. Now, this is a 100% fair launch, right? And not only that, it has been performing extremely well. But before that, let's dive in a little bit more, check out the X account, what all they've got going on, and what really is setting it apart. So looking at it now, we can see that this account is brand new, like I like to see, so they're not reusing anything. It's purely organic here. They've got some really good graphics all over the place that we'll continue to see. They're also actually live right now with the spaces. So as soon as you're done watching this, you should go to their X account and listen to their first spaces so you can see just why I am so hyped about this launch. Other than that, we can see that they've been incredibly active on X. They've got meme posts, they've got videos, other updates. They've paid off Dex Screener, Dex Tools, CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko. They're updated in Rabby, updated in MetaMask. So everything that you want to see from a team is done. Now, this did just launch today, but as we can already see, they've had 33 posts. But not only that, just today, like half of those, right? So a lot of traction, very active team, and actually a community of diamond hand holders. And not only that, holders that want to work for their bags. This is something extremely important that we talk about all the time when we're talking about meme coins. If they don't have a community that wants to work and hold, it's not going to go anywhere. But that's not the problem here. Right now, I'm just searching hashtag Stray Dog, and we can see posts from marketing arms, we can see posts from holders, memes, just different people responding. There's another Genpump.io that's trying to market it, and then of course some Stray Dog things, and people talking about it, charts and things like that. So lots and lots of action. I mean, if you just scroll, it's basically never ending. So tons of people are talking about Stray Dog. The website also looking extremely clean, just like we want to see it. It's not filled with fluff and everything like that. It's just a big old motherfucking Stray Dog, you hear? But you enter in, there is actually a song that you guys are not able to hear, but we don't have a lot going on here. It's just what you need to know, and that's it. Stray Dog isn't a dog, it's not an animal, it's a state of mind, the outcast, the unwanted, the one left behind by polished meme coins and corporate chains. You know what? That's what all of us degenerates truly are. We're a stray dog looking for a home and looking to finally get our food, right? We're trying to eat. So Stray Dog's here to help us out with that. The website looks extremely clean, the character very clean, and also it's fitting the whole meme culture, because what does everybody want to see? They want dog tokens. Let's just be honest. That's all everybody wants. These cat tokens don't pan out. The frog tokens are dead, but dogs are here to stay. And who doesn't love a stray dog? I mean, come on, my fiance every single month, I feel like she's trying to beg me to pick up a stray dog. So it's a no-brainer there too. But if we scroll down, you can see they're not exaggerating partnerships or anything like that. You got a link for Uniswap, a link for Dex Tools, a link for Dex Screener, and that is about it. I like to see that. Then we've got the narrative. Everyone in crypto's been rug scammed or abandoned. Stray Dogs, the coin for the strays of Web3 survivors who keep going. And that is all of you, every single one of you. Link to their Telegram. Got some memes in here. The Strayonomics. So that's obviously the tokenomics. 100% fair launch. Like I said, not even.
Interesting. So if I had to describe in a short explanation based on price action and then just the pure reasoning as to why the artificial pump is because it was hyped way too much and there were a good amount of bundles that also have not sold yet. So these were believers that came in at launch. So it was hyped before launch? Yes, I assume a little bit. Let's go back to the first post. Okay. So did a lot of posts. Is now no pre-sale nothing, no. Okay. So. Good interest. This was August 24th. Stray Dog is now live and he's going live in 3 minutes, 19 likes. The issue. Still very fresh. It's only a day old. This could still, if you look at a lot of the, take an example here. Let's consider weekly or something. Well, how can I even do that? Created 20 hours ago. 21 days, 13 days. So at least consider something with a similar data set. 22 hours. It's. Well, this one was just had a very good chart. Yeah, look at that. What the fuck? And then, of course, did kind of crumble a little bit, but then came back up. Yeah, the issue is this growth is just so inorganic, and well, we're still talking about a meme coin that uses AI generated art that is quite heavily bundled, where the bundles have not sold, so there's still more downside. Again, haven't sold is worse because there's more downside to be expected still. And it was heavily shilled by some dude, and yeah, I don't know. It was quite hyped before launch too, and this was more of a stealth launch, I think, maybe. Ooh, I like that. Clean. Build for the future of DeFi. Oh, that's not. Well, can't have it all, right? I need to check it through How do I join your Telegram then? Interesting. Interesting. Good design, good art. Chart absolutely raped, but prefer to look at market cap. And back to 5K, and then add another runner. Why is that? Interesting. Can you explain why it did so poorly? Or sorry, why? Well, this looks quite inorganic to me. This chart, this already doesn't look 5K to fucking 55K in one candle. It's not the worst, but still a bit much. And then it just dumped. Yeah. I think the first question always should be like, has this been done before? Yeah. So this one is 29K liquidity. What?
Alright, I'll do the math.
Wait, this one is a year old. The fuck? I didn't even notice. I guess it is a year old. Jesus. Why did it just make a comeback? Interesting. So does seem to be the original derivative. 6K, 2 months. People trying to make derivatives recently. 6 days. Aha. Yeah, Solana. At the fucking. Oh. Why the hell does he have so much liquidity? Or is that a bug or what? Interesting. Don't know what's going on here. That's not accurate though. Yeah, I guess first mover advantage. They didn't. There's some coins doing okay coming out. Yeah. I mean, base. Not really. I mean, yeah. I don't know. CTO. What is CTO again? Oh no. Consumer token offering. Community takeover. Okay. Holders are very good for the market cap. Like, how so? Jesus Christ. Is this like I don't understand this shit. Am I retarded? Like what? Top 10 holders sell? They sold at the fucking launch? What? Oh, wait, I'm retarded. No, like what? What like is this line bugged or what? Is it trying to say that most holders bought and then they sold at like a bad margin, like a pretty bad profit? Eight seconds. Interesting. Just started picking up momentum. Dormant wallets may be increased. Fresh. 18 hours ago. That's a good sign. 18 hours ago, that was around here. Sorry, around here somewhere. Oh, the start of being interesting. You started accumulating. Well, a whale decided to buy How does a whale? Oh, just okay. Jarrett from Subway.east. Oh no, isn't that like a MAV bot or something? Oh god. Jared, who the fuck is this guy? Jared from Subway. This is like a yeah, Arbitrary and Synergy Tank strategies. Okay, that's not necessarily bullish. Yeah, but he decided to come here for a reason, don't know. Good point. So he expects slippage. Good point, I guess. 69 ago. Top 61. Top 61 what? Holders or? Definitely isn't amounts, so. Remarks. Interesting. So, I mean, the concept looks nice, I can't lie. Website down, Telegram. $241 members. $2024. So what are the patterns that show up before a community takeover? This is interesting. It's definitely not the right one. Maybe. Let's start looking at. Before 17, well, you can see 1750 confirmation. Or significant buys. Let's filter for significant buys. Who's buying? 6 days, 348. Not very active either. A year. Very active. 6 days, 7 days. A little fresh and dormant. I mean, relative to what I consider fresh. Interesting. So let's make some type of analysis from this. Where do I keep doing that? Okay, so this is actually, we'll fit it in here. There is, sometimes something happens, like there's a chart that has an upward momentum. What do I? Has an upward momentum. It seemingly dies. I think usually this is actually a pretty good sign here. But let's just pretend it's not in this case. This would actually be a positive sign, but maybe there's positive indicators beforehand too, but seemingly there's this period of just pure stillness. And arguably it's back at its previous low, which is like maybe 5k. When something is that low, it's worth looking into. And seemingly it died, but then it has this return period. Now, there's usually a buffer, right? So people are like, what's going on? So like, here is like probably the golden zone. Like, what's going on? Why are people interested, you know? And there often isn't a major catalyst. A major reason it died. So it has, so people see this and they return money. Smart money is returned. What is smart money? Relatively, I would say fresh, especially dormant in this case. Dormant is like when something is dying, I think, or has died a long time. Dormant is key. Dormant, that's also alpha. And then also, seemingly this attracted or caused a chain reaction where a Jared Subway started looking with his fucking eye of doom, which means that I think he sees slippage opportunities. I don't know, that's what I'm thinking on my very limited understanding of MEG. And again, everything else checked out. Like, they have a cute design. They have like what it takes. They have, or not cute design, but rather a funny design that seemingly is original. He was the first mover. Take a little break here, but I'll be back. Shift, okay.
Must have been brutal.
Oh, you don't even smile.
I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle. And I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said. And, you know, everything was on point. I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired.
I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. You know, I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening.
I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle. And I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said. And, you know, everything was on point. I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired.
I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. You know, I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening.
I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle, and I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said, and, you know, everything was on point.
I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired. I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. You know, I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening.
I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle, and I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said, and, you know, everything was on point. I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired. I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. You know, I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening. I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle, and I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said, and, you know, everything was on point. I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired.
I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening.
I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle. And I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said. And, you know, everything was on point.
I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired. I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening.
I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle. And I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I'd still get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would train whatever twice a day. I'd be in bed at 9 or 10 o'clock, and then the day would start the next day. So I treated it with a solid routine. You know, I followed the diet regimens, like I said. And, you know, everything was on point. I would cut out everything for months out, meaning don't bother me. Don't pick up the phone. I wouldn't even pick up the phone. I wouldn't do anything. I would not travel, no social, anything. It was like straight tunnel vision focus for training. I was training twice a day. You know, I was in the gym twice a day. I do cardio at home 2 times, so I was basically training 4 times a day. And you have to go to a really dark place, especially the last few weeks. Like, you're low on calories and you're dizzy, you're tired. I'm the greatest bodybuilder ever. There is no failure at this point. I've done it all. There's never going to be a day that passes that I'm going to step out and people aren't going to know who Jay Cutler is. I don't see it ever happening. I always tell everyone it wasn't about the body, it was about the mind at first. And then it turned into progression of the body. That's really what kept me motivated to continue. And I saw huge progression. I mean, you have to have a little ego to be able to do what I do and be great at it. But I think everyone in their own right is destined for greatness. It just depends on what platform or what level they're willing to put out. And, you know, for me, it was the fitness bodybuilding thing that allowed me to showcase my best talents. And I never was the most genetically gifted guy on that Olympia stage, but I trained my ass off, and I knew how to diet, and I was always on track with everything. I mean, everything was structured. I lived in a box in order to be the best, meaning I had no outside. People would call me with their problems, I'd hang up on them. Like, the phones were off. Don't bother me with negative shit. And I just went at it. I think I tortured myself, to be honest. I lived a very structured lifestyle. And I don't know how it is in the powerlifting world, but my life was structured where I
All right. 40-minute block. Now, what I want to do, this little block here, I want to look at coins that did well and simply. So first, as I'm looking at that coin, let's do this one. I want to see if I would have caught it based on my own analysis. Like, honestly. So, okay. This one right here. Kishu Inu. So... Screen was frozen for a sec. Kishu Inu. Just based on the... Kishu Inu. Just based on the fact that let's start. Is it a cute animal? So does the theme check out? In this case, 100% yes. In fact, we could even say, like, is the art style good? 100% looked good. Is it cute? The art looks good. It's cute. I think it's based on art. Art style is very good, actually. Jesus Christ, why is it so fucking... Art style is very good in this case. Is it original? Oh, we can look here. Kishu Inu 4 hours ago. Kishu Inu 4 years ago. So yes, it's a derivative of a token very, very old. Kishu Inu 1 year. There is some tokens, but they're either very old or dead, so it's quite... But they did very well. And this one is still alive. But honestly, I think this one's art style looks better. The chart looks okay. Liquidity burnt. Holders is good. Ooh, hold on. Okay, this is the liquidity pool. This is what then? I'm not sure. This is like... I don't understand this. Some tokens have this where it shows... This is not all tokens, right? I'm not tripping here, am I? This is definitely not all tokens, right? Wait, no. Actually, a lot of them do have that. Wait, what? A lot of them definitely do. Let me put my timer on. Wait, I guess all of them do have that. Or some do. Is it version? It must be... It's a technical detail I do not know of, but I guess the important part is yes, a lot of them do have it, and it's not really a red flag at all. I don't think so. When it's not at 100%, it can... So it does obscure clock, does it not then? I just want the art style a bit more. Initial buy 0. Okay, so it's 0 in this case. It's not. It's not really. It's kind of neutral. Neutral if what? If you know the buy gas and the rock percentile is not too great. Well, the only way to check this right now is by what? By what metric? By going on. Doesn't pop up. We didn't catch it then, or what? Guess we didn't. Oh wait, what the fuck? Am I in the... Okay. Similar tokens for rug, that's fine. Disperse.app deployer. From disperse.app. That's not too good, I don't think so at least. Is it? No, I don't think that's a good sign. Might be, no, it's neutral, I guess. It's not really, it's not the same as like, you know, bundle being obscured by being funded by disperse.app. That's definitely not the same. The chart itself, to me, we didn't even do a chart analysis. This is kind of, like, I would not buy into this anymore. Unless I saw a major catalyst reason, like 5 to like, you know, is that a healthy candle? 5 minute, 5 to 150k? That's fine, I would say. An unhealthy candle example is not this, but where is it? Stray Dog, was that the one? Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think this was the one. Yeah, for sure it was. This is the type of candle I don't like seeing. Cause... Why? It indicates massive buy pressure at launch for a shitcoin. You want momentum, but you don't want absurd candles. It's the way I view it. I don't know. So... like 800, 900k from like 5k as well. Like that is the type of candle I don't like seeing. Holders is fine. Actually, all below 2%, which is majorly positive. Liquidity 84k. Market cap to holder ratio is quite good indeed. Very good. Not traders. Let's take a look at the initial buyer, so it's still in. Looks like they've sold. Still some unrealized. Majority sold, it seems, for sure. Also all fast traders. So this bounce here, but it didn't actually do what we wanted it to do. What's the X looking like? This looks really nice. I like this artwork. Though there's a well, Kishu is the origin of the dog's meta, the real orgy of loyalty and strength built on instincts. Interesting. Oof. Nothing too insane. That is a wonderful website. By now. Story of Kishu. Kind of random though, but kind of fuck with it. These links work. Very well. $17 ago. Don't see major shelling before launch, but this was 8 o'clock. Interesting. What was this? 1919, 816, 810, 815. Well, a 1 minute candle is a better representation. Still, I mean, yeah, it just doesn't so much of a difference, is it? But if you got in 150k, you would have been able to get like a 3x easily. But again, each of these you have to get in either at launch if it's not too hyped, and the fundamentals say this could do decently, this could run okay. Or during the first, not the second. Do not get in the second dump. It's too uncertain. 41. Based on the holder ratio and the fact that the initial buyer sold when. What did they sell? That's not a bad question. Oh, here we go. Here it does show. They sold it here, okay. It's not great. But so he bought for $90 and he was capable of making 9k, which is a PNL of 9.3k. And he sold for a total of 9.4k, right? Impressive. What about the rest? Was this the first one? Yeah, this was the first one, okay. This guy, what did he sell? He sold very early, which is good. He sold here. He sold his biggest bag there. Sold 1 East. Yes, seemingly. Big bag sold. This was never gonna break 1 million. You know damn well I wasn't. This has to be bugged or some shit. Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, top 10 holders mostly bought here. Accumulation zone. How do you... Don't fully understand it good enough yet. When you see a line on GMGN or something like that, Winner Bird Eye that says top 10 holders bought here, the system tracked the largest holders by token amount, not by fame, and calculated their average cost basis either by VWAP. Shows the zone where the majority of top wallets entered. Below it. Interesting. I guess that's true, yeah. I mean, it's kind of what my thought process was, like, I'm gonna plug in the headset real quick, but... If you're below the top 10 holders, the top 10 holders are the dangerous couple of, you know... I think the main question is, like, who are they, or like where are you about to enter? If you enter below them, you're very likely going to be exit liquidity. I'm not sure about this line, if it's like what's going on here, 0.00 average sell, what? Is it a point that they haven't sold yet, or what? But yeah, if they entered here and price moves here, and you think everything else lines up as to they won't sell, they might just accumulate. Token DNA, narrative, you know, community. There's something telling you this will keep doing well. Then you could then accumulate. But if you're above them, this is just a bad sign. I would agree. Yeah, I think that's actually a good metric to use. I don't think this is quantifiable by DRPT. Let me think. Top 10 holders by. I guess it could. This is something separate that could be useful. Maybe yes. Token check. Wallet check. Interesting. I think mainly though, this might just be better to use something like GMGM for. Maybe, I'm not sure. Top source. I mean, big buys, volume, I guess. Snipes, primes. Token check. This could be useful though, I like that. No, I don't really understand this section. Not be retarded, but top 50 wallets. Significant balances, okay. Kind of thought so, but I don't know. Interesting. That had been done before even. It wasn't the first mover, but this one was very, very short-lived. Let me clean up a bit. List every red flag that you know in a token contract right now that you could search through Control F. Okay, random challenge, I guess. No blacklists. Whitelists. This is for which one? Stray dog, okay. I don't think this will have many red flags at all. No. Hold on. Fuck. What happened here? Yeah, what actually happens? I think this is all this artificial volume, and the token ended up just dying. It didn't go the way you wanted it. Or maybe it's just Jared. Oh, hell no. Killed by Jared. So do a quick analysis based on what you know and what you can kind of extrapolate on this project alone. So this one, its leg up was quite significant, and I don't like that. It had a significant, initial period, and then the dump itself was just not what I would want to see. No, it is kind of the dump I would want to see, so that's a lie, but initial bundles that get out. I like the narrative enough, though in the grand scheme of things, it's not like some anomaly where amazing artwork, good name, good appeal. Forbes. $50K. It didn't sell yet. Is this a bundle? That's our first question. Bundle often sells in absolution, so like all at once. 1 day, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days. Where's 3 days for it? No massive bundle, I don't think so. Not an obvious one at least. Are you sure? This could be one guy, but wait. Funded by. Oh no, okay. These are all funded by the same guy, just at different times. Are they? Well, wait. So this guy, no. This guy and this. Yes, actually. Not absurdly sized though, but you have to ask yourself, this 0XA guy, which was based on 0x0C. What? 0x0CA or 0xB65. They all sold. Bye. $26. Awful lot of bots. One post. That's two. One post? Two? What? No, this is not accurate, is it? One post? Plus 23 hours. That's a red flag. The fuck? Oof, that's rough. What are raids again? I don't like raids are like where someone works to like. Yeah, okay. It's people who work together to create buzz attention. Okay, it's like shilling, but like broader, I guess, or more organized. Or I'll have to explain it. All right. This is cool. It's interesting. Who's following this guy? Could you have predicted it? Dogs. I mean, followers is people who are watching something. The lack of following live statistics. Come on. If only I could. It's base. It's not like fucking east, is it? It seems to be first mover advantage. I did do decently well, just that. Well, you could have, but. Maybe, I don't know. Zero bundles, what? What? Is he saying like obvious bundles or? I mean, not really. Bro, no, there's bundles, chap. What was he talking about? Bro, had a different definition maybe? I don't fucking know. The lack of snipers. We did not want to break that 150k. And looking good for now, that's for sure. Okay, so continue your flowchart, but also chime in on everything else you learned. Okay. So cute, art cute. But there's a negative cliff overhang this, that a lot of it's AI slop. So the effort, AI can look good, but if there's shit like fucking, a random leg appearing from, the forehead or something, that's not good. It shows a lack of effort. No. Now, this is connected actually to what I want to talk about further. If the X is just inactive, and actually a broader point I think on human psychology is like, if you notice the team is not giving it its all and trying to be original, because it's hard, it feels it's bad for a lot of reasons. Like, it's not just about red flag, like, oh, they will rug, but this token might not do well. To lie to the face, which is why AMAs are one of the most bullish things ever doxed. This is like one of the most bullish fucking signs of all time. Let's take a break here. All right, so I'm gonna have to probably cut this one pretty short. So I need to go somewhere. Oh, actually, no, I can make it. Well, no. I have to cut it short by like 10 minutes. Of course, I will do the rest. Well, no, I can make it. Come on, fuck, quick. Okay, 30 minutes. So, I want to kind of focus on synthesizing now and focusing on. Why does that keep happening? Bro, you have to be kidding me, right? Hello? Oh, I'm retarded, okay. Gotta use 2 fingers, bro. Wait, what? No, before I didn't. I'm so confused. No, I guess you do have to use 2 fingers. What? Alright, anyway. No, sometimes it does still fucks up. That's weird. Didn't happen before. Alright. So some interesting patterns. Well, let's talk about like narrative. Like when you see something, right? The first question, like it depends on, you see, could it be anything? And this is based on narrative basics, like, and then we talk mainly about theme. So another thing is like dogs seem to do better than cats at the moment, at least. Keyword at the moment. These things are alive, like they change, the patterns change. This is also true with DRPT and filters. Like, right now something might be very good, and even over the course of a couple months, but over 6 months, it's completely ruined and does not work much anymore. So, cute animal, crypto, I don't even know what to call it. I would just call it key opinion leader. AI. Those are the main ones. And then you ask yourself, yes, and then that continues. And then you ask, is it the original? Or you could ask, is it a derivative? As long as it's still hyped. Of course, before you even do this, you could kind of look at, are we looking at a chart that's good? What's a good chart? And I would describe this as, well, make green everything that's good, and then we'll contrast that with red just to have a comparison. There is no there is no overly fucking, well, actually that makes it look like a cell. We'll make it green. There's not a green candle that's goes from, 5K market cap to like 500K. This is bad. We don't want that. It also means, well, is it always bad? No, it depends. But like, if you know damn well that this is a large percent of the actual buyers and it was pre-hyped a lot before it was even launched, and you think that Yeats could kill the project easily. If you believe that, then yes, this is very, very bad. It means that momentum isn't obviously faked, where it's just like this. Like a chart that looks almost like too fake. Like often these are like fake volume, or what's it called? Volume bots. But again, when you zoom out, all of this, we're really saying like, oh, it does work, my single finger. Interesting. We're really talking about something that's inorganic. Now, this is one of the key concepts that determines how well the project will do. And of this, we talk about a bundle that's too great. Too many bots in general. We look at TA and we consider what's going on. We look at types of holders. Like there's a lot to consider, like how to explain if something is inorganic or not. Also, we consider another thing. How great was it done post-launch and why? So if you have a chart that goes up and then there's a greater than 65% dump, this is often catastrophic, but not always. This is one of those scenarios where you ask yourself, why? And if it's because, well, we know why, right? It's inorganic. Often we could say Yeats. Oh, that's not really how you spell that. Inorganic Yeats? Well, it's Yeats often fueled by inorganic. That's not really true. Like, inorganic, the meaning of inorganic is literally, it's dev related, really. Huh, wait, that's an interesting question. What actually... full screen. Like, I know what it means, but I don't know. Does that make, like, I know but it's used in different ways, I think. This chart looks inorganic. It means it's not real. Like, it's manipulated. Or specifically, it's dev related. Bot driven, dev driven activity, liquidity manipulation. Yeah, it just means equals everything that is not real buyers. Inorganic yeasts are exiting. You know, I think the broader term is like, this is happening because a lot of yeasts now this can only be the case because this to me is kind of a truth, yes. But if we say that, but token DNA or we could say and, even has to be logical, and narrative checks out, like it's good, then we could potentially excuse this. It depends. You look at who's still in the project. You look at, again, token DNA, some things, some key measures that we don't usually check. A lot of things can check out, but if one, well, this is more narrative related. Again, on-chain, off-chain. Something that a lot of people don't think about is it but the broader point is a single red flag can, given the right circumstances, cause I don't know what to call it. It's not necessarily like dump or rug, but well, yeah, cause a failure. I don't know what to call it. Cause a failure. And this is pump and dump. Just, I don't know what to call it. Like, what do you? I mean, yeah, I guess pump and dump is not always rug, like LP related, honeypot, etc. Let's just check etc. for more. Also, something that I think is relatively important is if we look at, is this a true, well, it matters, I think. It's always a risk. Or where do we include this? Where can we fit this? Something that DRPT doesn't really consider fuck am I making here? Hold on. I think it's an average then. I'm gonna recall as I'm putting on my clothes because I gotta go soon. I can keep this open to kind of synthesize a little bit. I will with effort try to see where I include something such that it's a bit of a organized thought process. It's not really, but it's at least something with some coherent, thing. So I'll do that for sure. So I'll see where I can include something based on this massive map I'm building until it gets like too much. But the flowcharts as well that I would be creating, again, flowcharts, they're meant to be effortful. Like I need to try my best, maybe finding something new, being quicker at my flowcharts each time as I include them. Include a new one here, for example, but yeah. All has to be sparring, all has to be active. I think a lot of the patterns though as well they're so specific, like they're hard to, you only really can explain it as you go through the motions. And this is why I think a lot of the top traders, they understand something very well, but they can't explain it because it's so intuitive, Because it's thousands of hours of watching charts, I believe this explanation process can shorten that period required, but yeah, a lot of that. Interesting stuff that I think I could use for DRPT what I learned now. Of course, the top 10 holder average buy or buy amount or line could tell us if we already know, for example, that the narrative is good, strong, and distribution, max buy, etc. is not too great. Distribution is great, max buy is not too high, and other things line up. We could say, okay, if a lot of them are underwater, and they're not selling, there's no indication, I don't know, they're not selling for some reason. A lot of them are. This is massive diamond hands. And the community might follow. This might be optimistic, but I also find the importance of original narratives. Oftentimes, I think you can see, you'll be like, wait, why did this fail? Oh, wait, this is the 10th fucking version of a milked narrative that isn't... Again, this is repeatedly talked about, how original narratives, fresh narratives just do better. Or, I've seen now if narratives are quite old, but there's some catalyst that could mean it deserves another run. There's a new one that comes that maybe even does something better. I like that Shiba or Shiko, I don't even know, Inu something dog. That artwork looked really nice. Looked to be quite active. There was, I think, these are combinatory shit. You need all things to line up for conviction plays. Else you just go in for a 2-3x and get out. And I think the whole point is that you train yourself to be a robot and you analyze these things as yes, this is true. Okay, good. Let's go next step. And you get really good at this shit. Very quick. And the execution part is something that, in my eyes, is just going to take many, many years even. I don't really care if it takes me fucking 2 years to become profitable. I just want to keep putting in the work, because that's all I care about. Over time, 4 hours, 2 hours a day in the morning, and then of course analysis and actual trading throughout the day of my filters, my query, showing me something that I think. Now, the the workload that this shit takes becomes a lot easier as you deeply understand all of the aspects of it. So it's almost becomes second nature to do these things, I believe, as you get better at them. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here because I gotta go now. But all right, I did my hours pretty much. Well, I did, yeah. 4 hours. I do a bit more on my walk because I'm missing 5 minutes. Well, not really. I mean, my breaks. I'm not just saying this. I easily average 4 hours right now because I did a lot during my breaks. A little bit thinking,